Look at that. Isn't that pretty? I already went and flatted it earlier so you don't have to sit through and watch me click around on things. This is Nell. Nell, I think. Pretty sure. This came to me just this morning because I begged and I pleaded Mike Tenner to give me something to work on. He was like, shut the hell up. I got you. But, look at that. It's so pretty. I get to do a lot of effects in the background for this. I got the candles to add some lighting effects. Uh, and of course, blue, because it's nighttime. Hope everybody's having a good day. Is everybody having a good day? It's a interesting thing that I have going on right now. You can't see it, but it fits really well with the multiverse of madness because everything on my left screen, which is why my head turns that way, says multi-stream. I'm in the multi-stream of madness. So I think where I'm going to start with this is the moon. I'm going to assume it's a moon and not the sun because no one goes to a graveyard, lights a couple of candles during the day. It's definitely a nighttime thing to do. That's what I do. Sometimes you get bored on the weekends. You just want to go and light some candles in a graveyard and hang out with your ghost friends. Which I'm going to assume that's Mike Tenner's name. He died. Hope I still get paid for this. Didn't die in real life. Though I've tried many times. A kid. FBI, NSA, whoever listens to stupid streams of dumb people. Did not. I would never. Well, I won't say never. I mean, there may be a time that I want to. And honestly, I mean, you never know. Have a change of heart. Oh, my dog. Lay down, buddy. Thank you. Hey, McCowan. Jason McCowan, I see you there. For whatever reason, though, it doesn't show up as a chat. Oh well. Maybe this time it won't be so restrictive of you. Because before I remember it was saying that it was giving you what, like a hundred chats before it's like you've talked too many times. But being that it's comments, maybe it works differently. We'll see. Look at that white light around the moon. I'm gonna fade all this back to this little house on the prairie. It's prime real estate. I bet they got it for a good price, being that it's so close to a graveyard. Oh, but what color should I color the? Get that filled in there. Get all that stuff filled in. The next, this thing. I think I'll just push it back with blue for now. Just like a little placeholder. do the same for this because they're on the same plane, which is the background. Go under that leaf. That'll help to sell the depth. All right, background's done. No, I'm kidding. Of course it's not. Not yet. I'm going to add some color molds to this. Fire. Fire at will. You just shot Will. Oh, I just colored the wick. That's what she said. I have to go back and fix that. Look at the terrible flatting, John. I'm almost disappointed in myself if it wasn't just for the fact that these are just little tiny pixels, but the OCD in me says fix it. And I'm not. I don't think that those are happy accidents. Those are just fuck ups. Little difference. Oh, wells indeed. Oh, they must have updated all this stuff or something. Maybe I just did something different. But I have a lot of resources right now at my disposal that I've never had before. I can send out. I gotta be careful for what I say. Now the government knocking on my door being like, you'll send out a what? No, 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 no. It's not like that. It's not like it, I swear. I'll just still do it like how it was before. I need to have both my chat windows open though, so that way anyone is on one window and not the other. Ah, see, there you are. You're in the other chat window. That's fucking hilarious. That's twice I've dropped an F-bomb. Demonetized. I don't know how it works. I don't think I have enough subscribers at the moment to even be monetized. I don't think I have enough subscribers to even earn my own URL. And I think that is bureaucracy. That's just silliness of YouTube to be like, you'll get a URL when you're ready. We can't just have people getting URLs that they want. You have to earn them. I think it's like 100 subscribers or something like that. You get your own URL, so that way when you go to Jason Station, you can type in Jason Station, and it'll help to bring it up a little easier. But as it is right now, when I copy and paste that link, it's like, you know, YouTube so and so blah 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 blah, and then code is UP7432. And instead, I would rather have it be Jason Station. Because that's me. It's not an ego thing. I don't think. Let me know. I think actually, Jason McCowan, I think you're the one that gave me the name of Jason Station. Yeah, you do. You gotta earn it. Just like everything in this world. You want that porn career that you've always dreamed of. Earn it. I'm kidding, ladies and gentlemen. Porn is bad. Do not support porn. It's terrible. It's a bad thing. I mean, unless you like it and get paid for it. I don't know. Do what you want to do in living color. YouTube may pull this video. They're like, yeah, hey, you're using too many references. Copyrights. Blah, we're not getting enough money. Not bitter. So far, so good. I haven't had any videos pulled, but I don't know what I'd have them pulled for. Actually, I haven't looked recently if they have been pulled, so they may have. In the past, I've had some videos pulled um, for things that were just ridiculous. One of them said that I used images and stuff from someone else, and it was a family photo collage that I created for my family. And I'm like, what images am I pulling from somebody else? And why do they have images of my family already copyrighted? So, do you own these images? Well, I don't own my children, but own the images, sure. You have to fight YouTube for your own family album. Look at that, it's already coming together. It's already pushing that background uh, to the back, because that's what it does. And this grave and that grave is going to look a little different. I think I'll do this, circle around that. We'll separate it from this one in the foreground. Whee! And right now I have this layer locked for the line art. So that way I can just color on the line art and not really worry about anything else. Some artists hate that. Coloring their line art. I don't know why. I'm an artist, I guess, a professional artist, because I've gotten paid for my art as drawing goes and stuff like that. But I never mind just coloring my own lines. But some people just like, I colored it with black ink and then colored it with colors. I know, it's my job. Whatever, to each their own. Everyone's got a thing. I would drop that tree to the back, but I don't think that that's necessary. I think it's good to have it there in the foreground. But these candles, though, with this waxiness, wax on, wax on. I'm gonna color. Yeah, yeah, that looks good. All right. How are you liking Obi-Wan? I didn't mind it, honestly. I mean, it it pretty much was what I thought it was going to be. It's just Star Wars. So I mean, never really. I used to love Star Wars as a child, but I think what it was is just because it was the special effects. You just never seen anything like that before, and then you grow up around all the special effects, like, you know, you get 3D characters and stuff nowadays that look realistic, and we don't even bat an eye at it. And there's no magic in it like there used to be with the practical and the special effects. I mean, they were blowing up TIE fighters and stuff with pyro, and now it's just a simulation in a computer. The realism is kind of gone from it. And I remember trying to watch the first ones with my son Hayden, and he fell asleep. He was like, I don't watch this. This is boring. I'm like, son, come on, how's it boring? I was like, there was a space battle. And he's like, yeah, and that's all that happened in the whole first part of the movie. And I couldn't argue with it because those droids were just walking around in the desert almost seemingly forever after he pointed that out to me. No opinion so far? It'll be kind of what you expect. Be like, yeah, it's Obi-Wan. The ending's pretty rad. I mean, it's got some really good moments. It's got some really just poor director decisions, I guess. Uh, Maybe because they rushed certain things to get to certain things. I don't know, but there was some things in it for me that was just not even story wise. It was just what were you thinking TV show wise like that? Like that's kind of a dumb thing. Yeah, explain. Yeah, maybe, maybe it was a different kind of fuel that didn't require oxygen. Very realistic. It's not like the new ones made it any better. You know, they dropped bombs in space. All right, let's see here. We'll add some orangey glow, some orangey, that kind of an orangey glow. That's too big of a brush. Look at that. Glow goes on smooth. Need some warmth, like a good neighbor. Steak parmesan. Let me just do it with color instead of screening it. Brush, brush, brush. Tap, tap, tap. Brush, brush. Lighter orange. But I mean, again though, because back then it was like even Jurassic Park, and I think that's why these new ones they're not working either because you got the idea of this wonder in the first Jurassic Park. Like, how did they make that dinosaur look like a dinosaur? It's breaking through the window and eating kids. And that blew our minds because it looked so realistic, way more realistic than Jaws. And Star Wars is the same thing. Like, we went to it and we watched it, but it wasn't like, it's not like epic storytelling. It's pretty basic as far as character stories go. Wise man dies so that way young character can grow up and move on type of scenario. I mean, it's been done before many times. So it wasn't like it brought anything new story wise. It just brought these cool special effects that we'd never seen before. SGI? What are we talking about Unix for? We don't we don't do that here. I don't really care much for Linux. I appreciate what it can do. I don't undervalue Linux or Unix or any of those. But it didn't leave a good impression on me when I used it as far as a operating system goes. I mean, for my purposes, it's just unnecessary. Oh yeah, is that why it looks so different? SGI Unix system. Huh. Only on Unix, huh? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Again, there you go. More power to Unix and Linux and all those things, those operating systems. I know that they hold value, but again, for what I do, it, I don't need it. Tried it, played around with it for quite a while. I asked my son recently if he wanted to watch the Obi-Wan series. He responded with, I don't really like Star Wars. Uh, like, it's boring. I'm like, but it's lightsabers. Like, yeah, that's the only cool thing, but other shows have lightsabers. Like, man, it's like every anime. Yeah, you're right. Can't even be like, yeah, but those are cartoons. It's not even real. But Dad, lightsabers aren't real. Shut up, son. Using your logic with me. There's times that I've watched movies and stuff with him, like Fight Club, and he figures the whole thing out before it even gets close to the story even opening up. Like before Tyler Durden even made an appearance, he was already figuring it out. And I'm just like, dude, what the hell? You're not supposed to know that. Blending these hard edges through here, so that way it just kind of blends into the background, uh, like paint. And most likely, I'm going to mask a lot of stuff off in the background here, like with a color. So I don't want this looking all white in the background. But I think what I'll do is save it, and then I will change some settings here. Mm, okay, I got an idea. Nope, not that one. Yeah. Select this feller. This feller here. I guess some pixelation going on there. Ah, we do. Well, that changes things, doesn't it, Timmy? That's okay. And I'll just have to do a different thing real quick, and then I'll fix that. I want the lines to be real crisp for that background. I didn't mean to grab Nell's hair. Giggity. There we go. And we'll do that thing that I just did a moment ago. Bonk, bonk, bonk. And let's see. Oh, I forgot a little piece. Put it there. I'm just going to add black to it. Okay. And deselect that. Come back in here. I want to grab this fence gate, which we have discovered from this cover is completely pointless to have a big giant tall fence with a gate, because anybody can just go into the graveyard and bring their candles on a foggy night. And I don't know what she's doing. I don't think she summons demons. I honestly, I know nothing of this story, so. But the artwork's cool. Pal Rodricks is a guy I work with quite a bit. He's the artist on this. You can see his signature by her butt. Pal. Excellent artist. I'm stuck. Obi Baba Dobby. Not a bad thing to be stuck in, I guess. Could be worse. Could be stuck in poop. That's way worse. Way, way worse. Alright, let's make those little pixels disappear. I'm going to go back in here, grab this color, recolor him to gray. Her statue, that, whatever, to gray. And then I'll deselect that. Just get rid of nothing. One pixel. There we go. Look at that. Nice and smooth. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Might want to get rid of all that too. So I don't want the gate for what I'm about to do. I'm going to create fog for this background here. For this background here. Put it on screen so you don't see all that black stuff. And lock the layer. Ooh, I colored her arm there. Grody. Blue fog. We'll use this brush. Okay. No screen. Got it. It's okay to be a little sloppy with it right now, because I set everything up so that way I can remove it with a mask. Options. Always give yourself options. See, I'll be able to clean all that up. Whatever touches in certain areas. I should have honestly made it go a little higher on the house. That's okay. I can always fix it. It's Photoshop. You can do anything in it. Well, you can't generate money in Photoshop legally. go ahead and color outside of that. A bit lighter as we get up there. Spooky. Color on that stuff. Fog. Now we're going to blend in this fog. Push some things back. All right, not so bad. And we can always layer mask everything off, like I said. And for now, I'm going to turn the layer off. And go back over here and color those in darker. Everything else seems to be all good. The AC guy is much like a cable guy. You never know when they show up. They may show up, they may not show up. We don't know. Alrighty, that's done. Let's work on some stones. Or a tree. Should we work on the tree? Let's work on this tree. Give the tree some personality. Put it on a screen mode, and then I'm going to fill it in with black. And now we just paint with white. Like that, see? Kind of painting with white. We're just screening the same color, but we can always adjust it. Right now, just we're working on the contrast of it and texture at the same time. Here we go. Now just working on that texture. That's all I care about on this part. And now go in and add the shadows. It is 2:30 already. My goodness, 2:30 here at this current time. I wonder how many people in the future who will see this video, and when I say that it's 2 o'clock, they'll look down at their clock. You've just been rickrolled. You know what's weird about the word haircut is that when you're getting a haircut, they're cutting more than one hair. So technically it's a hair's cut. But we still call it a haircut as a single, like it's an actual thing. Just doesn't seem right. That's why usually when someone says, you know, you got a haircut, the sarcastic side of me says, I got more than one. I just can't help myself. Look at that. Blending goes on so smooth. Look at it. You kind of fade that texture in the back just a little bit so that way it's not so in your face. Blending it all together. Here we go. Oh, voila. Yeah. Neat. He's almost done. Man, he must not have had too much to work on. Next, for this tree. There's a branch. Sneaky Pete, how dare you? Waka waka. What's crazy to think about? Space. Big, and it's getting bigger. But that's why they call it space. No, no, not screen. Let's do color dodge. Get that glow to glow. It definitely, as far as the candle goes, It's not going to light all of that. But just going to add the colors to it, and then I can work with them later. So honestly, I'm just looking forward to coloring boobies. Just kidding. I like rendering faces, I think, the most. As far as coloring goes, faces are fun to do. Alien faces more so, because they're different. Alright, tree. Done did. Let's go over here, we'll add some orange. This. Just a little dab of Rudy. What do you? Maybe I'll add some blue rim lighting to this part of the tree. I think I will. Do it with this blue. Be careful out here. Outside lines. Ooh, that's blue. Blue. That tree's sick. Let's go with more white. Let's go all the way back there. Go with a different blue. This one. Mucho better. There we go. Get some edge lighting there. Okay. Giving it the color on both sides like that will help to sell that 3D shape. In the colors. Da, 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 da. All right, tree. Oh, almost forgot. And the branch. Root. It's Fruit's penis. Look out, Fruit. Left it on the ground and tripping all over it. There's some tombstones. Which one goes green? Give it some texture. We'll do that. Give it some dabbles. Bigger dabbles. Right. That would be the texture. Yeah. Maybe a little lighter. I don't want it so bright. Yeah, there we go. A little lighter. Take this, and I'm going to add another one. Or no, let's not add it. Should add some highlights to the original. Here we go. That there. Oop, not that one. Wrong brush. Use this one with this orange color. Nice. Dirt. Nice, so pretty. Alright, next thing. The front of Mike's tombstone. Oh, to witness that in real life. He doesn't watch my streams. I've called him out on it. It's perfectly okay. As long as I never send him the link. In fact, he bought my music and he wanted to use it for one of his videos. And, oh yeah, sure, that's fine. And the one that he liked the most is the one that's my theme song. And I was like, well, that's kind of like the one that like seemed kind of odd to hear it in multiple places. I mean, the other ones are fine. I don't care. Must be one hell of a theme song. Speaking of, if you look in the links, you'll know what I'm talking about. There is merchandise. I make things. You probably didn't know. Probably some of you don't know who I am. Well, why would we buy your things? That's a good question. I'm glad you asked. I don't have a good answer. Because you like it? If you like it, then buy it. If you don't, share it. Like it. I don't give a crap. Just, do whatever you do. You want to go mow your yard? Mow your yard. Alright. Minor details all up in this undercarriage here. Yep, and look at that. Oh, that's a good curve. So maybe I should have used red canvas. That'd look cool. Oh, Jason, that would have been a great idea if you chose red. I know. What did he have to do to fix your Oh, yeah, you won't see them on YouTube unless you go to they won't be in the description on YouTube. You have to actually go to the about section on YouTube. Um, I definitely could have put them in a description, I think, if it gave me that option this time. I don't know. Like I said, I did things a little differently on this one just to promote it somewhere else. In fact, it's not supposed to be streaming to two locations at this moment. Uh, because that's a paid service, and I didn't want to renew it just for that, and I didn't. They let me know that I didn't renew it, but it's still working. So, excuse me. And I will continue to abuse the system until it works against me. It's probably not the best way to go about it, but it's worked for me so far. I get by. Jason, what are you saying? That you abuse the system? Oh, who doesn't? That's what it's there for. Great Pirate once said, it's more of guidelines than rules. Speaking of ego, no one has a bigger ego than Mike Tenner. Look at that. Puts his name front and center. It's even bigger than the artist, technically. Yeah, but it's not the complete name. It's just the few letters, so that way you don't know it's me. Oh, we know it's you. T-E-N. We know where it's going. We know exactly where it's going. Jason says that the the attic light power and the AC power are tied to each other. So what, you flip the switch and it turns your AC off? Oops. I guess take the light bulb out of the attic and leave the light on. That that is a ridiculous way to wire something. Then again, lots of places have a light switch, it goes to nothing. Or so we think. Maybe it's just a parallel dimension that we're turning the light switch on and off, and over there on their side, they're like, we have ghost. You know, you don't know. They start freaking out. And all it is just us on our side, just flicking a switch, going, what does this switch go to? Truth is out there, people. Did you have a good 4th of July? Did you do anything special or fun? Hmm. A lot of people had COVID during that time, it seems. a whole lot of people celebrated from what I've come together. Later, man. Enjoy your nap. I need a nap. I'm gonna get grumpy. Can't have that. You wouldn't like me when I'm grumpy. Just little micro details. Most likely not. It's not necessary, but I like it. I like to make these little texture square circles. Just kind of doesn't matter. It's rough. It's supposed to be rough. Well, it's marble, so it's technically not that rough, but it's old. Is it marble? Eh, like tinner. Not marble. See, it just adds a little bit of texture to that, which looks cool, in my opinion. Let's see, let's add some buttons here. Smaller brush. Beveling some edges. Bam, beveled. Light is coming from above on these. So you color under the lines. That's where light is hitting. I'm just gonna assume anyway. That's what we're doing with it. I call it shots. Technically, the artist calls it shots, but it's a jerk, so. Alright, not bad. Oop. More there. And wow. Exports. We are going to do something with the foil leech there. I'm not sure what though. Not sure how it's breaking up in there. I don't think it's growing on it. Don't worry about that later. So I got some ideas for it. So for now, do it like that. I think I am going to change those candles to red because honestly, who goes to a graveyard with white candles? You go there with red ones. That. Get that color. Make it a little darker. Boop. Nice. I don't know. Actually, it's down here a bit. When I get ready to start coloring her, I'll merge all that down. This is that. It's not highlights. Everything else is above it. Okay. Now we're going to color some foliage. Foiled again. Could just leave it like that, but we're going to do some other things with it. Add some brown. That's still on screen. Add some brown color to it. It's muddy. It's gross, man. Getting your leggings all dirty and stuff, man. Then we smudgy smudge. Not everything, just a little smudgy. Want to preserve some of that texture that it has. Little specks of color. Mean to do that there, sir. Then once I think done with the majority of the background, just kind of get lighting and atmosphere. Then I'll start working on the character. And then one more time. With a different color. More intense. Not that intense. Way too intense. It's because I used the wrong brush. Here we go. Didn't switch it over. Actually, let's see what this one does. I don't think I used this one enough. The one called texture. Go back to that one. I think that'll work better. Okay. Like tapping a brush on canvas. Just like it. But looky there. It's getting there. We'll blend in the foliage, especially over here. I think putting the optical shadow on it. I didn't get the tree though, did I, up there? It's good. Different color. Excuse me. It's not COVID, I swear. Don't worry, you won't get sick from not through the internet. Different kind of virus. What is that stuff? Did someone TP the tree? Just kidding. It's I don't know, what is that stuff called? It's got a name, I'm sure. Watch when I'm done and I submit it, be like, you didn't color the toilet paper. But, it was. It was toilet paper. Gravestone back there. I didn't do this one. Fix that right now. It's cool with the green color added to it, though. Yeah, sure like that. Is it Dando? Jan? Han? Pando? Dando? Dando. Well, Dando just didn't die, didn't he? Poor Dando. Really knew him. So, highlights. Yep. Specular highlights. The prettiest of highlights. Hotspots. It's a different name for it. Moon glow. Add some moon glow to the top here. I think I'm gonna put that background in as done for now. Obviously the fog is not done. I'm gonna work on the character because now I have the lighting set up the way I want it. Kinda. You always play around with it. Never done until it's done. Or until the person painting you says it's done. Alright, there we go. Now everything's going to be blue. Bada bing, bada blue. Worry about the boot later. Skull and the hair. Ooh, get that. Yeah. That cat just came charging in here like she was gonna melee me or something. Oof. She just did. Son of... I'm working here. Go away. You're always working. You never come to my ball games anymore. Shut up, cat. Judging me. Does it show up on the screen? Yeah. No, it doesn't. Wacom preferences. Pushed one of the buttons on my tablet. Popped up a menu. Good to know that it doesn't show up on the screen. You know, not liking that cheek. Sometimes I'll render a face completely and I'll just be like, oh, nope, don't like it. Just scrap it. Sometimes I should just probably think it out ahead of time. Well, fire is on that side, so I guess that light isn't going to be there anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not bad. Work on that. Take that more. Maybe I'll just work on it last. Work on the body here. Get the core highlights going. So just focusing on a thing. This is going to be a holochrome cover. It means it's going to be reflective. Also means it's going to be pretty cool. But I think I'm going to switch it over to some music. Gotta teach you how to color, huh? I see you there. Sorry it didn't pop up earlier. Or that I didn't see it. I wouldn't be the person that would teach someone how to color. You would want to go to, what's his name? K. Russell? Brian K. Russell, I think is his name. And he does some really great tutorial videos. He's been doing it for quite a long time. He's got a good setup going. And if anyone is wanting to learn how to color, I would highly advise going and watching his videos, because he breaks everything down that you will ever need, from simple things like where to begin all the way up to this is the reason why you choose the color red. He's got all of it there. And sometimes I like to go there and listen to it, see if I can learn anything new myself. I think we kind of came from the same area, me and Russell. I'm not sure if he worked for Hi-Fi Studio or not. I think so. Could be mistaken. He could have worked for a different studio, or never worked for a studio at all. I'm not sure. But if he did work for a studio, that would explain his thorough knowledge of everything, and if he didn't, kudos to him for figuring it all out himself. Alright, I'm going to save this. I'm going to take a little break. I'll keep the stream going. There'll be music and stuff, and I'll be back when I'm back.
richest in the world has ever known. Such amazing feats. A captive audience. But it wasn't always so, was it? We had a deal, Mr. Hocus. Don't forget who made you. Hocus, hocus.
You're alone a lot of the time. A lot of the time when you're making something, you have to be alone. It's probably you with some music or a movie in the background and you're nose down drawing or painting or working on a computer somewhere. So it's nice to just get an insight into other people's process, how they work, how they live, especially guys that are freelance, other guys that they do it for a living 100%. I think people almost look at it like it's one of those things that they like, but they don't know how it gets made. They're like, "Oh, you make comics? How does that work?" When I was working on the Atomic Robo short, that was something that I went somewhere and just had lunch and took a page with me, and was so happy when someone asked me what you were doing. I was like, "I'm working on a comic book," and they were like, "Oh my god!" And the disconnect is so big. They're like, "Do you know anybody who works on Batman?" And of course I don't, but in a layman's eyes, it's just like this magical place where things get created, and I love that. I love that it's becoming accepted by mainstream. So I'm doing something right.
My name is Tim Townsend. I'm primarily an inker. Packs that used to be able to get at 7-Elevens. It was always the crappy comic books on the outside, but there was a chance you might get that cool one in the middle. You never knew what it was. It turned out to be this old Charlton Comics E-Man, and it had a backup story in it called Raj 2000 by John Byrne. I was only 4 years old. Something about that art just set something off in my head. I think it's a little weird for a 4-year-old kid to kind of pick up on not just art, but an art style. But something about his art just got the ball rolling for me. And right at that point, I decided I wanted to draw comic books when I grew up.
Welcome back. Not that I really went anywhere. Maybe you did. If you have just started watching this, this is the cover to a book called Nell, I believe. At least that's the name on the file. I have permission to show it, so at least there's that. With art by Pal Rodrigues. I love his art. I love working with him. He does good stuff. I'm very fortunate to work with a lot of the artists that I do. probably have not made that weird highlight in our boobie. Making some weird boobies. It's like I don't know what they look like. Just kidding. I know what boobies look like. They got a beak, 2 feet, wings. They come in a pair. Alright, now that we've got that lighting, core highlighting, all nice and worked out, get some on my fingers here. Then we'll start working on some bounce lighting. Comes in stages. Waves like an ocean. Two hours. Been streaming this for. If you're just joining in, feel free to, I think you can, go and look at the rest of the stream, or wait until it's fully uploaded and go back and enjoy it later. There's fun stuff in it. Orange. Blue. You'll see what I'm about to do. There you go. But what did you do, Jason? I'm about to show you. That's how I get around just doing rim lighting, honestly. Kind of neat, huh? And it just comes out like that, looking all nice and fancy. Look, oh, look at that. You goddamn rim lights. Forget the boobies. I'm thinking of one that, not like that. I don't think that candle light's going to reach all the way down there. So now it's time for the blue highlights. The moon. Your mask are your friends. Look at that. You don't even have to worry about messing up the undercolor. That's what I call it. I don't think it's a book term. The underrender. Those that know. I will add this just to give it. Oops. No problem. Check the phone, don't listen to me. It's not really ram lighting at that point. It's reflective lighting. It's my dog. I think he needs to go out. Can you go outside? Okay, okay. I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Hocus, hocus, the greatest magician the world has ever known. Such amazing feats, a captive audience. But it wasn't always so, was it? We had a deal, Mr. Hocus. Don't forget who made you. Hocus, hocus.
You're alone a lot of the time. A lot of the time when you're making something, you have to be alone. It's probably you with some music or a movie in the background and you're nose down drawing or painting or working on a computer somewhere. So it's nice to just get an insight into other people's process, how they work, how they live, especially guys that are freelance, other guys that they do it for a living 100%. I think people almost look at it like it's one of those things that they like, but they don't know how it gets made. They're like, "Oh, you make comics? How does that work?" When I was working on the Atomic Robo short, that was something that I went somewhere and just had lunch and took a page with me, and was so happy when someone asked me what you were doing. I was like, "I'm working on a comic book," and they were like, "Oh my god!" And the disconnect is so big. They're like, "Do you know anybody who works on Batman?" And of course I don't, but in a layman's eyes, it's just like this magical place where things get created, and I love that. I love that it's becoming accepted by mainstream. So they're doing something right.
My name is Tim Townsend. I'm primarily an inker, illustrator. I've been at Marvel Comics for about 20 years now. I got into comics when I was about 4 years old. My father bought me one of those little 3-packs that used to be able to get at 7-Elevens. It was always the crappy comic books on the outside, but there's a chance you might get that cool one in the middle. You never knew what it was. turned out to be this old Charlton Comics E-Man, and it had a backup story in it called Raj 2000 by John Byrne. I was only 4 years old. Something about that art like just set something off in my head. I think it's a little weird for a 4-year-old kid to kind of pick up on not just art, but an art style. But something about his art just got the ball rolling for me. And right at that point, I decided I wanted to draw comic books when I grew up.
Welcome back. I'm back. Well, I'm still Jason, but I am still here. Had to go and take care of some things, but work must go on. Ooh, that's gross. There we go. Better. Oh, you got cute. You got little candles out there. Should add some glowiness, some glow effects to some things. Add some makeup to her fasticles. Kind of scanning around, seeing what else I need to do on this. Need to do the skull, her boot, the rock. We're going to go and make all this nice and pretty back here. It seems to be that there's going to be a lot of fog. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just make a new layer, create fog. I create fog layer. Let's see. Phew. Blah. That's not changing the color at all. Well, that's pretty dope looking, a better color. We'll do that. I really like having a whole bunch of layers, honestly. So, merge. If you have just arrived, feel free to check out some links that are provided along with this stream. You'll find them if you're on YouTube. You can go to the About section on YouTube, and I'm sure you'll find them there. Of this channel, the About section of this channel, not just the About YouTube channel, because you'll never find it. But on YouTube, you'll find it under the About section, and on Facebook, it should just be posted right there in the comments. Should be the first comment. I told it to do that. Appears to have done that. So, job well done on technology. And me, I guess, because without me, it wouldn't have known to do it in the first place. Kudos. This is a cover to a book called Nell, Nell, I believe. I believe the book is called Nell. It could just be that the character's name is Nell. Mr. Mike Tenner did not give me information on it. He sent me reference. I didn't ask for anything else. It may have been important later to have figure that out, but I guess not really. Once information's out, it'll be there. And then I'll be, hey, go check this out. Buy it. Tell your friends. Share it. Do all the things that internet people do these days. Like, comment, and share. All right, that looks good. And time for this rock. We shall call this Rock Johnson. That was a dumb joke. Even for myself, as far as jokes go, it's not okay. Shouldn't have happened. So, hey, thank you. Thanks for the follow. Hope you enjoy. Not gonna lie, it scared the shit out of me. I do things like coloring comic books, mostly coloring comic books. I do art things, but going forward, it's going to be mostly comics for a while. Mostly just coloring them. I dabble in a little bit of everything art. I have cat fur just floating around because I'm petting my cat. It's gross. Gross. Call my cat Josie. Josie gross. What is it, cat? She says, you've been here for 4 hours. 3 hours. Well, 4. I've just been streaming for 3. If you're new, there are links in places where links are provided. Usually people know where to go. Click on those links. They're in the designated areas for linkage. In those links, you'll find things like merchandise. You'll also find music, other videos, things that I work on, as well as Kickstarters that we have. Focus Hocus that is live right now, and it is doing amazing. So proud of that book. So proud of that team. We hit that goal, I believe, in then 2 days, and then since then it has just been growing. So kudos to Alan and Will and everyone else that's working on that book. Good stuff. I enjoy it, and you should enjoy it too. If you go to Kickstarter, if you go to Kickstarter, you may be able to just type in Focus Hocus. It should come up. Oh, that cat jumping on my computer. Sneaky little twat. She knows that she's not supposed to be jumping on the computer like that, so she just does it real quick so that way you can jump up in a window. She knows better. But it's cat, I don't care. And will this thing fall over? I don't care. Well, Jason, why do you have a cat? I'm glad you asked. It's a long story. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's glorious how it just blends in like that, isn't it? So pretty. Nothing like a graveyard to make you feel good inside. Now they make me happy. I once got shot at a graveyard. Not by ghosts. They weren't dead. It was the living that was definitely the living that was shooting at me and a friend. Well, okay, they weren't shooting at us. But we certainly thought that they were shooting at us because we were smoking weed and we shouldn't have been. But we thought, we're young, dumb kids. Where do you go where no one's going to see you? Where does nobody want to be at night? Graveyard. Yeah, duh. So he went to a graveyard. Well, on the outside of the graveyard. And then, lo and behold, there was a car pulling in. Right after we were smoking our reefer, which did not help the paranoia, let me tell you. And we thought to ourselves, is that a cop? And then we saw a spotlight show up. And we're like, oh, that's a cop. So we got a little worried. And we thought what we'll do is we'll just keep our headlights off just in case. We'll just let them keep driving. They won't see us. It's night. There's no way that they're coming directly to the graveyard. So they came directly to the graveyard. And we started hearing gunshots going off. Did we turn our headlights on? No, we didn't. We should have never turned them on. Perfectly honest. But we didn't turn the headlights on. We heard them go through an entire clip of rounds, and still we were like, maybe they're not after us. We were only smoking weed at a graveyard. I mean, how legal could that be? And then we heard them pull out a shotgun and fire a few rounds of that. That's what prompted us to turn the headlights on. Flick the headlights, really. Like, on, off, on, off. And then the officer finally pulled up. Definitely knew that we were smoking. And asked us, of course, what we're doing. But man, did we catch him off guard? We asked him the questions. What are you doing? What are you doing out here in a graveyard shooting a gun? Well, little standoff. Nothing really happened. He just told us to leave. He said he was a cop. He can kind of do whatever he wants to. We're like, okie dokie. So we left. We never went back to that graveyard. So technically, we weren't getting shot at. We were just getting shot near. Not really any better. liking how this is looking. I feel like it's missing just a smidgen. It may be some more balanced lighting, some blue, some blues. But I can mess around with some things, I think, to get that to push out. And I need to do some more here. And Mike's tombstone, because this right here is pretty dope. I want to work on a book where I have my name on a grave or carcass in someone's jaw, teeth, something, decapitation, whatever. It'd be pretty much up for any sort of death scene. It's my cat. Waiting for her to be done in the window. Ugh, jump on my computer. Sorry, she just scratched metal. Squares. Square. Lots of squares. This is texture. May not look like it. Because it doesn't really look like it right now. But it will, and it'll look kind of cool. Notice that I said kind of cool. Not really cool, but it'll look kind of cool. I think this is something that a company called Liquid used to do. I think that's where I picked it up from anyway. Make a bunch of squares like a so. But not right there. At least go with the line art a smidgen. Could even go right through here. Help to give it a little depth. Nova, do you mind? I'm working. Quit making so much noise. That looks weird on the other screen. Get the right brush. That one. Big giant size. Nova, knock it off, man. Really is. It's a little much. It's not texture. Then I have a quick key. I can shrink that selection down a couple, and then I'll move it. And then just go right back over it. Voila! Look at that. A little bright, but that's definitely okay. Because I always mess with things later. Hey, knock it off. Oh my god, you're torn up the blinds. Alrighty. Now, there. All that right there in the back is a mess. Oh. Ooh. No, that's still a mess. Look at that. That is just gross. It's gross. Don't like it. That's right here. It's okay. I'll fix that background last, I think. Maybe go back over these candles. In the meantime, bring the color on that down. You know, it says he wants it really colorful. That can be done. Boop. It kind of pushes our eyes up to where we're wanting to see. So I need to change those candles for sure. So I don't want the focus to be on the candles. Nothing else is coming. Okay. Don't want the focus to be on her boobs either. It's a fine line to walk. It's the same color. Neat. Ooh. Let me just stick with. No. You jump down the other way. Don't jump on the computer. Don't jump on the computer. Please. Go the other way. Gonna have to King Kong my cat off the window. Should buy a drone. See that on the camera. Good to see you jumping around back there, acting like you ain't doing nothing wrong. But you are. Yeah, yeah, that's much better. Much, much better. Don't forget the shoes. I want to do that. This color. Not that color. 3 hours and 30 minutes on this stream. Not bad. It's a long one. It will be long. That's what she said. Some people like to use a photo of the moon. I am against using photos. That's right, I'm one of those. I'm one of those colors that's against using photos in my work. I will just make it instead. If I don't do it right, oops. Chances are that it's going to be correct. I mean, it's just interpreting. Make it spherical. And then we'll add a nice little halo. Halo. Pink. Ah, beans and disease. Click the wrong thing. Here we go. Blue. Ooh, look at that halo effect. Oh, it's like a real moon. That's my dog. I bought him a bone. My cat must have walked by him. If you could hear that. I don't know if you could. Nito Zito. We'll make that fog a different color. Brown fog, that's weird. I don't like that. Just the frog. By frog, I mean the fog. Missing some tiddly bits. Should we? Yes, we should. Desaturate. Ah. Ooh. There we go. Neat. Fog. Looks cool. Let's build some layers on this fog. Now, usually with Pal's work, when he creates clouds or fog, mist, that kind of stuff, this cloudy effect, I will go in and individually just create the poofs. But in this case, I think I might do some things different. wrong spot, isn't it? Oh, not always still. Hmm. Ooh. I'll have to blend that. Brush. This is a blending tool. Blending the colors. That's why you're seeing some multiple colors popping up on it. The dark blues, the light blues, and the what's it blues, and the what's it blues. All the blues. The purpley blues, the light blues. Some highlights, obviously, to do what the highlights are supposed to do. Push, build volume, make it three-dimensional. Yep. Cards are fun. What is it, Cap? Now you're gonna get in on this. One second, folks. What is it, Kip? Yeah, that the dog has a bone. Oh, you didn't get us a bone. Don't worry, people. I'm not mistreating the animals. I love my animals. Well, look at that. It's looking like a thing. It looking like a man. It's my spawn. It's fading the way that's good. Whatever. All the way up there. And now we do some more highlights. Da, 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 da. So much cat hair, I swear. Pet hair in general, I believe. Sweep it, sweep it, sweep it. It's still there. Why not that? Better than I thought it was. No, alright, it's underneath the package. I know why. Animals are going nuts right now. You buy them one bone to chew on, and now they're all going crazy. Maybe just bring the contrast down. Selective color. Just bring the whites down. This little thing. Some more frog. Not sure do you love frog. Who doesn't love frog? Tell you what, if you don't love frog, there's something wrong with you. All right. Now, for the background. With me looking around, making sure that's what we're doing. That's, I gotta get that in there as well. And then oh, that means my dog's head hit the desk. He's okay. Not quite sure yet how I want to handle the fog. I have ideas, but I think I got a nap. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Those. Get some of these. Bing. Get that Scott. Oop, oop, oop. While we're at it. Oop. Just go over here. Circle around that statue. Oh, to the moon, Alice. Over there. And that it? Don't think I'm gonna go that far. Need that. So we need that. Yep. Okay. That was. I mean, I guess that just kind of works already like that, doesn't it? Huh. Go me. Let me push that back thing. All right. Now time for this statue. Spink. Oh, not like that. Like this. Spink. Again. Bonanza. Got it. Had to enter the right Konami code. You don't want that. Sorry, Bob. Find yourself working and just get in a zone and you're just sitting there working in silence for hours. Great Google. I don't know how many jobs out there like that where you just kind of work yourself into silence. I don't really need the stats on it, but just a thing. For the windows in the house, change that. I don't want there to be windows in that house that are turned on. Windows. I don't want no lights. I don't want any lights in this house. Bang around. Goodbye, lights. You are now dead to me. Boom. Shakalaka. Couple of things. Skull. Boot. Eyeballs. Skull. Man, this girl likes skulls. Kinky. I remember once shadowing over somebody who was award winning, and this is no jab at them at all. But I used to take several hours be so meticulous, zooming in and getting really down into the details for no particular reason other than I just thought someone's going to notice that I didn't touch that part. Then you zoom out and you realize that it's less than a quarter of an inch big. No one's even going to see it when it goes to print, so it's not going to matter. I remember when I was shadowing somebody that could zoom in, see the details and stuff that they added, and it wasn't very much. I've been definitely overdoing it in details. And it's not so much about how much that you're putting into it, it's the point. I'm supposed to be attracting attention. Not hard to do when you want a character like that on the cover. Half the work's already done for me. That's really what my job is, to at least with this cover, draw your eye to certain places. Not the biggest. Need to add some rim lighting to her hair from the moonlight, because that'll look cool. Say something about there going to be too many details. Shut. Don't listen to me. Do as I say, not as I do. Or neither. Whatever. Who am I? Give orders. Just a simple colorist. I do makeup on characters a little differently than I, just flat it and color it. Nope, I want a different color. Ooh, that's screen. There we go. There's crazy red lips. I think she has some sort of eyeshadow thing going on, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, let's go up to the reference. You can't see it, but I can. Why is there so much makeup on her eyes? There's some sort of color effect going on. It's okay though. Whoopsie, let me do that. Then we're gonna just say color overlay. Yeah, there we go. Bang a ring. She's got colored lips. Highlights are still preserved. You can change the color. Thinning out skin tones. Just a little coloration. Those. Let this melt in my eyeballs for a moment so I could take it all in. So fucking skull. I'm never gonna call it damn skull, I swear to God. Do, 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 do. Bink. Bink, bink. Screen. Ooh, looks neat. Got a boot to finish. Is that it? Just a boot? Just a boot left? I'm a boot away from finishing this cover. Maybe. Bring that down just a tad. I don't want it to look like she has like neon glowing skin happening because that's weird. It's not human. 4 hours, not bad. Just checking his chats. I can make polls and all sorts of other things that I just didn't bother to care about doing it. Hey, it looks like it keeps throwing in my little description. Nice. Man, that doesn't look bad at all. Looks pretty cool. I hope that you would agree. But more importantly, I hope that Mike agrees. Because if he doesn't, I really don't know what to do after that. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. He said, no, we wanted it to look like this, completely different. I doubt it though. I've been coloring POW for years. We have several books that we have worked on together. And it's kind of interesting. Me and Pal's paths just keep crossing with people that we work with. Years ago, I think probably sometime in 2013, 14 is when I first started working with him. And we did 8 issues of a book together. I think 8, give or take. And here it is. Completely different story, completely different people. And we're working together on this. Small world. What the color her wee little boots. Did it? Something feels off. That's what it is. Skin tone was too warm. Violet, you're turning violet. Let's see. Maybe that rim lighting on her hair, like I said earlier. Oh, wrong lighting. One doe, two does, three does. Looks like Bryce Dallas Howard, but blonde, like when she was Gwen Stacy in Spider-Man. So, well, I think that's it. I mean, I could do some more things to it, of course. I think I'm going to. Let's see how far we can push this, yo. These are true colors, print colors. So when I go to print it out, it's not going to look all that weird. It'll be all different colors. Not different than what I'm seeing. Sometimes if your colors are overly saturated and you go to print them out, they will look really weird. I'm going to do a thing on here to see how it look. I think it'll look fine. I'm going to integrate the line work in with the colors in some areas. Not all the areas, in some of the areas. So that it kind of blends in the line art. I should have sent a link over to Pal. I'm like, hey man, you should join me in this. That's gonna show up dark anyway. Alright, so I take that line, I'm going to duplicate that. Take this color, I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to merge those two. Let's merge those two, bring it down to there. And I'm going to mask off the line art. Fill that with a soft, light black. Lock the layer, or lock the mask really, and then, oh, I should have done the babies. That's right. Let's just see what her face looks like, see if it's going to work anyway. It may not. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Whoops, it doesn't. Wrong thing to blur. There we go. See? Kind of blurs in that line art. Which now, looks like I'm going to have to go and select some boobies. But do we want it like that? Yes, yeah. That's fine without it, I guess. It's not really doing anything to enhance. Maybe we can do a different thing. Since that's only with her skin tone, just to kind of give it an extra push. I don't have to worry about her hair because it's on a different layer. Yeah. Look at that there. Yeah. Uh, well, it's been about 6 hours or so. Looks alright. It still feels like it may be missing something, but I can sit there and pick things apart for weeks. That's not how you do it in this business. Mm, maybe what it is the skin tones. But I think that orange just really helped out. Someone says, I missed your stream. I'm sorry. Guess what? Still going. Gotta say, that looks pretty dope. I still feel like it's missing. It's just missing something. See if I can't get Mike. It's the dead guy on the gravestone there. To check it out. Man, I cooked some fajitas last night. So it was with some onions and garlic. Some real onions and garlic. Man, oh man. Like my house still smells like it and it just keeps continuously making me hungry. So, smells like good food. It takes forever for Mike to respond. So, let's see what happens. 12 comments on this. That's what it shows. Ooh, keyframe rate is too low. Oh, because it's been streaming for 4.5 hours. Interesting. Hey, Jamie. How are you? I'm just waiting on approval from client. See if I can't get him to come in here and take a gander. So I think right now I'm finished with it. I'm not sure what else I could do, honestly. I don't think it's necessary to add so much glow to the rim lighting. Maybe some glow up there, though. Why not give it a try while I wait? Moon. There we go. Neat. Now we got two glowing sources. $18? That's in Celsius, isn't it? Let's see. What is that in Celsius? Helps if I type it in without my dyslexia bothering me. It is. Nope. Fahrenheit to Celsius, because that would be deadly. It's 40 Celsius here. I wish it was 18. That sounds nice. That'd be 64 degrees here. I live in the balmy weather of central, well, North America. It's in the land of Oklahoma. It's humid, it's hot. Nobody likes to come here. Usually people don't think to themselves, I want to move to Oklahoma and enjoy that weather. In fact, I think people usually move away because of the weather. We have tornadoes and things like that here, and that scares some people. Unless you were born here, and then you just go and watch the tornado do its thing, and then you go back in and catch up on Judge Judy or something. No, it's probably you're not late. It's most likely it's the stream. It's been going on for almost 5 hours now. Started early this morning, and it's probably starting to bog down a bit. So nothing that you did on your part. And there is a little bit of a delay. Kangaroos, the tall two-legged rats. Are they a terrifying thing in Australia? Kangaroos? Is that something that people worry about? Because honestly, from what I've seen, no one seems to care that you guys have deadly snakes and scorpions and spiders just running everywhere. You just kind of like live with them, right? Be amongst the nature, because just you know getting rid of them all the time just is redundant. Come on, Mike. Give me the approval already. Mike is the dead guy here. I don't know what he did to deserve it, but whatever it was, I'm sure he deserved it. Oh, jellyfish. Bears? What's drop bears? You guys are just dropping bears? I've never heard of drop bears. There's a company actually that's out in California that I applied for a job for, doing characters and stuff for a video game, and I believe that they were called drop bears. Oh, I see. Clever. I would just usually Google it. I don't trust anybody. Drop bears, eh? To be perfectly honest, I was actually going to Google it, but I figured I used the hive mind technology of just asking. Drop bears. Now that. Who cares about scorpions? We got a bear coming in on a parachute. I try. Only a little bit. I only try just enough. It's definitely one of those students that didn't really care what I made on the grade, as long as the grade was passing and I didn't have to do the class again. That was my achievement skill. Yeah, it's a cover to a book called Nell. I'm hoping that the book is called Nell and not just the character. Uh, I didn't ask for information. I just hit up my buddy Mike. He said he had a cover, and turns out it was drawn up by Pal Rodericks, who I have worked with for years. And here we are. I got it early this morning, and I went ahead and just flatted it. Flatted it? I flatted the image early this morning, and then just started working on it. And that's kind of where we are. Been doing it, like I said, for the last 4.5 hours. Yeah, it's going to be a holochrome cover. And if you know anything about the holochrome covers, they're nice and reflective and hollow, shiny, kind of pretty looking. I guess Mike's been making those for a while now. He pointed that out to me earlier. I guess he's been doing it for years. But yeah, that's what it's going to be. Which is kind of like, well, why am I coloring it? with so many details. It's just going to be reflective. But you never know. Well, thank you. As soon as I saw the artwork, I was just, oh yeah, I'm down. Anytime that it's with Pal, like, no question, I'll work with him any day. I love working on his artwork. He does a good job. It's fun. It's fun to do. Not to say that anyone else is not fun, but you just got a style that looks nice. Right now, I'm just kind of playing around, seeing what does work, what doesn't work, while I wait for Mike to chime in and be like, no, do it over. Do the whole thing over. He wouldn't do that. He doesn't want to pay again. But yeah, I don't think it looks bad. I think it looks pretty nice. I'll probably just go ahead and save it, send it off, be done with it so I can get on with the rest of my day and not just be sitting here in front of a camera 5 hours. Because, you know, sometimes you have to fart and you don't want people to hear that. But in the meantime, I have a few things I can throw up on the screen in case you haven't seen them. You can always come here, check them out. I'll play those. I'm going to do wave goodbye because I think I'm done with this. I don't know what else I can do. I could add freckles and I don't know, dirt texture, I guess, if necessary, but I don't think that it's necessary. Enjoy some stuff that I get to work on. Trailers, Grandma Chainsaw, Pocus Hocus, and there's some little other things that I play in the videos. That's kind of an insight to people that work in comics. People that you may know, people that you may not. But stick around and enjoy this.
Hocus Hocus, the greatest magician the world has ever known. Such amazing feats, a captive audience, but it wasn't always so, had a deal, Mr. Hocus. Don't forget who made you. Hocus, Hocus.
You're alone a lot of the time. A lot of the time when you're making something, you have to be alone. It's probably you with some music or a movie in the background and you're nose down drawing or painting or working on a computer somewhere. So it's nice to just get an insight into other people's process, how they work, how they live, especially guys that are freelance, other guys that they do it for a living 100%. I think people almost look at it like it's one of those things that they like, but they don't know how it gets made. They're like, "Oh, you make comics? How does that work?" When I was working on the Atomic Robo short, that was something that I went somewhere and just had lunch and took a page with me, and was so happy when someone asked me what you were doing. I was like, "I'm working on a comic book," and they were like, "Oh my god!" And the disconnect is so big. They're like, "Do you know anybody who works on Batman?" And of course I don't, but in a layman's eyes, it's just this magical place where things get created, and I love that. I love that it's becoming accepted by mainstream. So they're doing something right.
My name is Tim Townsend. I'm primarily an inker, illustrator. I've been at Marvel Comics for about 20 years now. I got into comics when I was about 4 years old. My father bought me one of those little 3-packs that you used to be able to get at 7-Elevens. It was always the crappy comic books on the outside, but there was a chance you might get that cool one in the middle. You never knew what it was. It turned out to be this old Charlton Comics E-Man, and it had a backup story in it called Raj 2000 by John Byrne. I was only 4 years old. Something about that art just set something off in my head. I think it's a little weird for a 4-year-old kid to kind of pick up on not just art, but an art style. But something about his art just got the ball rolling for me. And right at that point, I decided I wanted to draw comic books when I grew up.
There's a page that you can follow. It's Comics Behind the Pages. It basically just links to the stream, the live streams. It's documentary kind of style thing where we just interviewed people, got what it's like for them, and we make a little clip about it. It's been in the works for several years, and it takes some time. The other ones, Grandma Chainsaw, is a book that I'm working on. I love it. Get picked up by Source Point as well as Pocus Hocus. And right now they're running a Kickstarter that's doing very successful. They got funded in 2 days, and right now they're just blowing through the rewards. So you should check it out. Go to Kickstarter, type in Pocus Hocus, and you'll see that there's a new Kickstarter for issue 4. If you listen to the first part of the video, the live stream, there's music that plays. I create the music, and you can go into the comments, see artwork that I've created. I sell it as on mugs and shirts, hoodies, the normal stuff. And you can go to Bandcamp and download the album. I believe it just downloads to wherever as an MP3 or I'm not exactly sure how that works. I believe it's an MP3. Could be WAV files. And it's also on Spotify. So if you pay for a subscription on Spotify, you can just go and search in Jason Station and you can hear and listen to the album there. And just give us some views, shares if you like it. And hope you enjoyed the time that you had here in the stream. You can always go to YouTube. You'll see that there's several videos there that's been saved. Every live stream that I do is saved there. You can always go back and look, see other things that I've worked on. Skip through them, wherever. I mean, some of them are pretty long. Some of them I try to keep to an hour. This one was a little special, a little different, just because I knew that there was going to be a lot going on in it, and details and stuff. So other than that, I hope you enjoyed your time. I'm going to play my music channel and leave it running until that's finished. You guys have a good day, and thanks for hanging out.
Dear Mother, I am feeling well and hope to hear the same from you. I have not received one card or letter yet, and please write. I am going to bring apples home, and I am bathing every day. I am getting good meals, and I sleep every night very soundly. I am very tan. I will be home next Tuesday. Goodbye from all from your loving family. feeling well and hope to hear the same from you. I have not received one card or letter yet, and please write. I am going to bring apples home, and I am bathing every day. I am getting good meals, and I sleep every night very soundly. I am very sad. I will be home next Tuesday. Goodbye, from your loving family. To be or not to be, whether it is sober in the mind, suffer asleep, the arrows about strangers toward you, or to take a vow against the sea of trouble. Say, this Hamlet was a talkative crowd, wasn't it? I was, taken with my nuts in a year. Ha, ha, ha.
Something that I need to tell you. It's important. Something that Disney doesn't want to let you know. George Lucas tried to hide it. Greedo shot first.